Good morning. Hello. Happy Monday. I feel like I almost have my act together, except I also feel like you're really far away this morning. Is that better? Are you not like too close? Do you feel like we're a good talking distance from one another? I feel slightly better about that. Anyway, how is everybody doing today? I'm really blue, like literally, because it's morning sunshine time here, but that's a little better. The sun is just starting to shine directly into my eyeballs as it comes through the window. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you had a good weekend. I did for the most part. I did get sick at the end of our last sprint. Like, if you were here until the end of sprints last Monday, by the last like two sprints, I was like, I'm not feeling so great. And I thought it was hoping it was allergies. It was not. I caught a cold and spent the entire last week with the cold. But I'm 90% better, 99% better. I like everything is still just clearing its way out, but I feel good and I am ready to read. I am going to be spending most of the day reading my happy sunny beach and tropical themed book. The book's actually none of those themes, but The Violin Conspiracy. I started it yesterday and really have been enjoying it. So I'm looking forward to getting back into it. But before I get to that, I'm going to get to that first. But during part of the sprints, I'm also going to be like cleaning up stuff around the house. And while I do that, I'm going to be listening to Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl by Harriet Jacobs. And while this book looks untouched, it's because I'm listening to the whole thing on audiobook. And I'm probably about 3/4 of the way through the book. So I've been bookmarking things on the audiobook. I really need to go back and mark those in this book, because when I don't keep up on that, I'm horrible. And then I forget, and then I return the book, and then I lose all my bookmarks, and then nothing's tabbed, and I'm sad. So I'm going to hopefully avoid that. Let me know what you're going to be reading and working on today. And I'm going to fix the color here. I know it doesn't really matter, but it'll just continue to annoy me the few times that I bother to look at my actual screen if the color's not right, and I can fix it. So I might as well go ahead and do so. So give me just a second as I do that. Let's see. Did that actually just go ahead and fix it? Oh, it did. It made everything super yellow. Wow. Okay. There we go. Maybe that's a little less intense than if I had backed down a bit on this. Okay, sure. There we go. Why not? All right, let's go and see how you guys are doing. Hello, Dina. You're first this morning. Good morning to you. You're reading Japanese Gothic. That seems like a pretty popular one this year. And A Clockwork Orange. Yeah, they're both horror novels. Okay, good luck. A Clockwork Orange. Warning you now if you haven't started it. It's a lot. It's a lot. Especially part one of the book. After the first couple chapters, it calms down a little, but it's a lot. Britta, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. You're going to do your chores first and take a nap and then read. That sounds like an amazing afternoon. Feeling productive and rested and reading. And good morning, reading View from the West Wing by Jill Biden. Going to hear her speak next Monday, so you need to finish this first. That sounds good. I hope you enjoyed the talk. Hello, Christina. How are you doing? How are you? Thanks for giving us all our reminders. And look, we get them early today, guys. Hydrate, feed yourself, check the laundry. Do I have laundry I should do? I should probably do the laundry in my bathroom. Oh, and guys, I went to the store yesterday and I got a new like mop set. I'm going to be cleaning some floors today. And this will probably be the only time you hear me say that and be excited about it. Because, like, we have the leftovers of like 4 mop systems and they're all okay. So I'm like, you know what? It's time. It's time. Consolidate. Stretch and show some love to the like button and sub and subscribe. Yay! Amy, good morning. Happy Monday to you as well. And you'll be focusing on a book on a book relay that you're part of. That sounds fun. You're reading middle grade YA book called the Chismisos Only Club book. I have not heard of that, but I hope you have fun. It sounds like a fun event. Hello, Julia. How are you? Oh, third heat wave of the summer. I know, right? I know we're supposed to get really hot towards the end of this week, which will be interesting because my son has a good friend of his in town. They're going camping. Right now, they're already out on an overnight to like check the campsite or figure out a campsite and make sure that's where they want to camp. And then they'll be back home this afternoon. So there may be very loud boy interruptions partway through our sprints today. And then they're supposed to go back out later this week for a 5-day camp in the woods. But I'm like, that sounds like a sweaty, gross mess. So we'll see how that goes. And if they decide to stick to it, maybe they'll just shorten it. But they don't mind sweating. So who knows? Up first, though, is coffee and breakfast. That sounds good. Hey, Hannah, how are you? You're reading Angel's Flight by Tracy Peterson and James Scott Bell, and you're on page 167 out of 385. That sounds excellent. Rachel, hello. You're reading Wild Dark Shore. Thank you. I'm glad I'm feeling better as well. And I hope you enjoy Wild Dark Shore. I know that was a fan favorite, a popular book from last year. Yeah, it was a cold. Yeah. I had hoped it was allergies too, because I was like, no, the allergies I can fix quickly. It was funny how it happened too, because I got sick and then I was sick. And then I hit a point where I was like, why do I not feel sick part of the time, like towards the end? And then I realized it was because my allergies, like I had accidentally stopped taking my allergy medicine while I was sick. And so by the time I started feeling better from being sick, my allergies were getting worse. And I was like, okay, get your act together, Nicole. Hello, Chandler. Good morning. You've been out of town for a month and a half. Oh, so you've been gone, but you're glad to be back. I'm glad to have you back. Oh, I hope you had a good time out of town. That's a long time to be gone from home. Do you have to travel often? Was it for work? If you want to share. Denise, good morning. Not sure what you're doing yet. Just chilling at the moment. Sounds good. Good morning, Naomi. You're off work today. Okay, lots to do. All right. Well, hopefully you'll be able to get some of it done with us. Sushi, hello. Listening to Laura Lippman's Life Sentences, third book you've experienced by this author. Nice. I hope it's a 5-star for you. That's always fun and exciting. Hello, Solana. How are you? Just popping in to boop the like button and reading your pages for When the Moon Hatched. Nice. Thanks for hitting the like button and saying hi. Naomi, up first is making your to-do list. Oh, are you using the Sharpie and highlighter method? Are you loving it? And it's not really my method. Like it's somebody else's method, and somebody figured out whose method it was. I think Debbie was her name. But anyway, I put up a community post with a link to her video, and I do it slightly differently than she does it because I do a daily one, and she would just keep a running list for the week. But I was like, you must be really good at narrowing down your to-do list, because there's no way I could fit everything I had to do for a week that I needed to write down on one page. Not happening. But I am glad you're enjoying the method. Hey, Alex, how are you? You're in summer reading brain rot mode after finishing David Copperfield this week, reading Trad Wife. I feel you. I have also been like, I'm just reading light, fluffy, weird stuff. Like, because it was also like just a really long 50 pages a day. So it's also nice not to have like a second book that I have to read at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And hello, Lauren, Lynn. Which do you prefer? Because I realize I feel like I've been calling you Lauren, but that's just because it's the easiest part of your name to see. Anyway, good morning. You're working today, here for the good vibes. Sounds good. I hope you have a good day at work. Reading Scavengers. Sushi, a load of laundry to finish, and then you're going to relax at the library. Oh, your favorite. And curious how Trad Wife is. Yes, Alex, tell us. And hello, Smitty. Good morning. You haven't been here live for a while. Yes. So many old schoolers back. School's finally out. Oh, nice. And right now you will be organizing the books you bought in the last 2 months and doing some Myrtles. That all sounds like amazing fun. I need to try Myrtles sometime. Like just the book and paper thing sounds like something I would enjoy. And Viviana, buenos dias to you. You'll be reading A Clash of Kings. Lovely. And Kay, hello. Good morning. Today's reading Oliver Twist and Theo of Golden. Ooh, what a combo. And Chandler, your partner was working in Chicago and you're unemployed. I was able to go with. Well, hey, at least you made the most of it. Did you go to the seminary bookstore while you were there? Was that like within your not working budget? I don't know. But, or you could just go and just feel and touch the books and look. But, well, at least you got to go to Chicago. That's fun. Sue, good morning. Treasure Island is your number one read today. Also hoping to finish your audiobook, Chlorine. I feel like those are two very different books, Sue, but that's fun. Gina, good morning. Happy Monday. You haven't read anything since last Monday. Happy for the sprints. You're reading Someone Knows Your Name. Well, someone knows my name, really. It's always funny when there's like a pronoun, like a possessive pronoun in a title. Like the temptation is always like, especially if it's somebody else's book, to be like your, but I know it's still supposed to be my. You know what I'm saying? Britta, a to-do list for a whole week. That would be right. More of a to-do notebook. Thank you. Thank you, Britta. I 1000% agree with you. I was like, good on you that you can be like, here's all the things I think I need to do this week. I was like, does that really work for you? Alex, really enjoying it so far. Very different genre and tone from yesteryear, which gave 5 stars. It's more obvious social media criticism and hitting creepy tropes well enough. Okay, okay, fair. And oh, it's Aiden. Okay. See, none of my guesses were correct. I was trying to figure out the first, but never occurred to me that who knows? Who knows? Glad I asked. Glad I asked. And Gina read The Violent Conspiracy and really enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm really liking it so far too. I'm probably, not probably, I know for a fact that I'm 100 pages in. And yeah, it's really good. It's already made me mad. I've already started listening to all the music in it. And I have learned from previous novels any book where the writer can describe what he visualizes while he listens to a particular song is automatically my kind of person. So, because I don't know about you, like when I listen to classical music, I'm definitely picturing things. I don't know if that's a result of like being introduced to classical music, at least on some level, through Looney Tunes and constantly having classical music associated with cartoons and other visuals. But that's my experience of classical music. And then I would like always daydream and make up my own stuff and my own ballets as well. Anybody else do that? You didn't know that about it. Oh, about Tradwife? And Aiden says thanks to, I was about to say all sorts of wrong names, but to Alex, you might have to check it out. And hey Jay, how are you? Busy day. Got a guy coming to check your well because you're losing pressure. Oh no. I that's a good reason to miss chats. So I hope that works out and he's able to figure it out and it's a simple, easy, you know, issue to fix and cheap. All right, that is all the comments. Yeah, that's what they're called that I can see for now. We're going to go ahead and go into our first sprint, which is going to be our normal 45 minutes to start. I'm going to spend the whole time reading The Violent Conspiracy, and I can't wait. So let me go ahead and start the timer, and I will come back in 45 minutes, and we will chat some more. Oh, real quick, though, I see this. Hi, Denise. You have dinner with the King Tut in your Amazon cart. You watch the video. Should you check your cart out? Yes, you should. Unless you want to get it from the library, because it has been out for a year. So you can get it from the library or on audiobook. Though, honestly, I think you need the physical book to see the pictures because the pictures are pretty cool. I think it's worth it. I really enjoyed it. So I hope you do too. Or you could get it from bookshop.org, which would be, maybe a few pennies or $1 more expensive, but would support your local independent bookstore or the independent bookstore of your choice. You found it at your library. Very excited. Yeah. I hope you enjoy it, you guys. All right, let's get started with that first sprint. I will see you all in a bit. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How was your sprint? I hope you had a good time. Yeah, I did. I spent the entire time reading from my book, The Violent Conspiracy, and I also had to spend some of the time pulling it up on a playlist on my phone, for which I had to then get Spotify to find the one that goes with the book, and on that went. So I didn't get as far in the reading as I wanted to. That's the only thing that I don't like about books that have music in them, is that I want to hear the music when they're hearing the music in the book, and then that kind of like distracts me from reading, and so it breaks up the time. So I read about 30 pages, which isn't bad, but given all the distractions and that kind of thing, it was picking up probably in the last like 10 minutes. I was finally like back in the groove. But if you're interested in listening to the playlist, Brendan Slocum on his author website, if you put in his name and Violin Conspiracy, his website comes up and he has a link to his playlist for the music in here. And it's nice because then his is in order, and obviously he's chosen selections of that piece or whatever that he likes, which I love the violin, but really, would this book have been better if it was the cello conspiracy? Absolutely, because I could listen to the cello all day long. Violin solos are also lovely, just not as lovely, in my opinion. But let me know. If you like classical music, what is your favorite instrument? They're all good in their own way, especially when played well in a good solo. And obviously, they all come together really nicely, but I feel like everybody also always has their favorites. All right, let's see what you guys got up to during that sprint. Jay, while you wait for the whale guy, you'll be reading Ancillary Sword, the second in Lecky's Imperial Ratch trilogy, space opera. Really like what she did with pronouns. Ooh, okay. I feel like at some point I'm going to have to check out her writing and her series because I know it's a really popular one. Also reading Green City Wars today, sci-fi, noir, detective, story with raccoons. I don't know why I was struggling to just read a basic sentence. It's great fun. Tchaikovsky nailed the noir tone beautifully. That's nice. I can't stand the noir tone, but like it is a really good voice. I just don't personally like it. But if somebody does it well, it's so cool. Flo, hello, how are you? It's been a while. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. And hello to anybody else who might be lurking. Lauren, good morning. Start to week 2, a muscle sabbatical, and you're boxing up orders. Nice. You had a really successful weekend with your small business. Yay. So working on boxing up orders. That's awesome. Very satisfying. And Diana, good morning. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Awesome. You're starting with the Audible for David Copperfield. Have 6 hours left. Ooh, getting to the end, which is crazy to say. Because 6 hours is still a decent amount of time. Naomi has to run some errands and then have an appointment. You will probably be on this afternoon. Sounds good. See you then. Hope your errands go well. Hey, Amelia, how are you? You finished doing some paperwork, so you missed the intro. That's totally fine. Hope you got your paperwork done. Happy that you got it out of the way. So am I. So am I. Lauren's finishing her audiobook for Strawberry Patch Pancake House. So while you're packing your order, nice. That's like part of the like fall cinnamon bun pumpkin spice harvest book collection series, right? Sue, you still have about 45 minutes in your audiobook and you're working on a jigsaw puzzle of a pirate ship. That's fun. Do you ever like match your puzzle to the type of book you're reading? Just wondering. Or like your audiobook? Like a pirate book with a pirate puzzle? Or is that like just too much effort? Hey, G, you play violin and clarinet. Yeah, you would be partial to those. Both lovely instruments. You agree with the cello. Yeah, I mean, they're all so good in their own way, but there's something about the cello. In general, I like anything that gets like deep and deeper and you can start to feel its vibration. That's good stuff. I mean, clearly you need to go down to like bass for that, but still. Amy, hello. Great to hear about the music being on his website for the Violin Conspiracy. You still have it on your TBR? Yeah, definitely pull up the playlist and like when he mentions a title, like click that playlist and read while you're listening to it. Partially too, because if you're not familiar enough with the pieces that you instantly know what piece he's talking about, you'll miss out on how impressive the violin work is that the character in the book is doing, especially as he talks about it at different ages. Because he talks about like the different solos and stuff that he's practicing, and it's way more impressive when you hear the piece of music and you're like, dang, wow, okay. Oboe is the best, Julia. Oboe is really good. Oboe is like such a cool sound too. Cello is definitely greater than violin, though. The cellists are also better in bed. Giving us the inside tea. That's just a fact. Okay. I agree about the cello. Which part? You absolutely love the cello. I know. I know. I mean, the violin steals the show, but so many people secretly are like, more cello solos, please. Gina, always stop and listen to. You pull up all the songs as you go on your iPod while listening. You let the song play. Same. Yep. Or while reading, you let the song play. I do too. I do too. I love that immersive experience. In fact, classical music is the one music that every time I play it, I'm like, I should be playing this more in the background of my life, period. Because it's so good. And I always forget after a while. Gina, always stop. Yeah, I just read that. What am I doing? Hey, Agatha, how are you? Thanks for joining. Hello, Kansan, is that it? You just hopped on. You're reading Wild Montana Skies. Nice. Reread. Awesome. So you must really like it. Amy's finished your breakfast and goofing around on social media. Now you need to buckle down and get ready for the day and start reading. All right. Get it going. Denise got dressed, put on some music, texted your grandson, talked to your sister, got all the connections going. Lauren, are you getting another heat wave like we are in Rhode Island? You're doing 95 tomorrow and Wednesday again. I know it's supposed to be warming up. Like right now, it's still pretty cool. And we're in the mid 80s as our high. But yeah, as of Wednesday, I mean, we're not getting as hot as we got like a couple of weeks ago. We're going to be, I think, in the low 90s. Yeah, we're going to be in the low 90s Wednesday through Saturday. So I mean, we're mid-July. That's maybe a little bit early for us, but like that's not unheard of here. So I don't know that they'll consider it a heat wave where we are. But it is going to be hotter than it's going to be in the days before and after that. Denise was saying to Sue that you're going to work on your state fair jigsaw puzzle. That's fun. Who goes to the state fair? What do you like to do? What do you see? What do you eat? I haven't gone to the state fair here. I need to. Honestly, I haven't gone to the state fair regularly since leaving New York State. Because I went to a state fair after that and I was like, this is your state fair? I feel so bad saying that, but like I grew up in Syracuse, which is where our state fair is. And so for me, when it was like time to go to the fair, like it was the state fair. And then after that, I went to college and we went to a county fair and I was so confused. And they were like, well, where did you go? And I was like, well, I went to the fair in our county. And they were like, what fair was that? I was like, the New York State Fair. And they were like, that's not the same. They were like, you regularly went to your state's fair. Everybody else is regularly going to the county fair. And then I went to other states' fair and I was like, why does this feel like a county fair? I was spoiled. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I was spoiled by my state fair and I've just refused to go to them after that. You love the shakuhachi and Native American flute. I don't know if I'm familiar with those. I've probably heard them. You do match your jigsaw puzzles to your book. Oh, this one goes, oh, that's right, because you're doing Treasure Island. That's so fun, Sue. I love that. I love that. I'm going to have to think about those connections now. See, I think somewhere in the back of my mind, I remembered you were reading Treasure Island because I was like, pirate puzzle. Both your daughters played the viola when they were in high school, and you did enjoy the viola. Yes, so lovely. I had a little string quartet for my wedding, and it was a lot of fun because I had my maid of honor that I had known growing up. He played the viola, and I just told him, I was like, put together whoever you want and play whatever you want. I 1000% trust you. And their other younger brother played the cello, and then he got two friends from high school who were going to be home for the summer, and filled out the rest of the quartet. And to this day, I still need to ask him what he played because it was gorgeous, and they did a fabulous job, and it was so sweet, and it was so nice looking over and seeing them there. It was awesome. We all cried. You're more a cello fan over the violin. Sue, when you're on sprints, you usually just work on your puzzles during chat. Chlorine goes back to the library today, so you're finishing it first. That makes sense. You always place classical music in the background of life when you're pregnant with your children. Ooh. Cello appeals to most because it's the more human voice of the violin family, as an old instructor once told you. That makes a lot of sense. Like, most people aren't speaking in violin sounds. So I could see that. It resonates with us. It sounds, and it does. It sounds like a very like resonant like voice that like it. Does the cello secretly have like the like good like radio voice, you know, that like soothing deep voice that we like to hear come over the airwaves? That makes a lot of sense, G. Denise Sue was saying she loves the state fair puzzles. Oh, I didn't know there were like specific puzzles for that. Agatha did Year of Wonder after seeing it on your channel. There is a sequel to that. I know. And this book is making me think like it's time for me to jump into the sequel. I think like last time, I don't even know that I'm going to wait until the beginning of the year to start. I didn't last time, and I don't regret that. And she passed away, didn't she? The author of the book? I think she had like a stroke or something like that. Anne enjoys classical music when reading it. It blocks out background noise without words to distract, or enjoys classical music when reading. I forget that I can also listen to that while reading, so I agree. Cellos preferred to violins. Jay used to love your state fair, but it's become so commercial and less crafts and animals, just booth after promotional booth. Oh, boo. That stinks. Who wants that? And Kassan's getting ready to take your oldest son to the pool. You're hoping to be back when the next sprint is done. Sounds good. Have fun at the pool. I love the puzzle connection to reading. Might copy that ideal. I know. That sounds so fun. If I like could puzzle, I would totally do that. Denise used to go to the Michigan State Fair every year, and they closed it and then moved it. Why would they do that? Oh, corn dogs. Yum. Your niece has a kalimba, and now you want one? That's awesome. Hey, Alicia, you're working on reading The Other Bennett's Sister, and you're on chapter 4, and you loved The Violin Conspiracy. Yes, I should do the sequel. I really need to get on that. A lot of cello solos you've heard are also comedic. Ooh, interesting. Huh. Oh, cello sounds swoon. It's kind of Idris Elba of string instruments. Yes, if his look and vibes was an instrument, yeah, it would be the cello for sure. Hey, Violet, how are you? Not sure you're reading today, but your options are Priory of the Orange Tree, Agatha Christie, and The Foxglove King, and Haunting of Hill House. You've got some good options going there. And Britta fell asleep during the break. Well, nap done, check. I didn't think that was the order you were doing them in, Britta. And Hannah got to page 187 out of 385. Nice job. All right, let us get ready to go back into our next sprint. I need to reset our timer for an hour. Clemency Burton Hills is alive and continues to recover from a brain hemorrhage she suffered in January 2020. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, I just remembered that she had the brain hemorrhage because I think she had it. Did she have it while I was still working through the book? I don't remember. But yeah, I just remember that. I just remember hearing about it and being really sad about that. All right, let me update our timer. So we're going to go to 60-minute sprints for the rest of the day. So we'll get even more stuff done. I'm going to start my sprint by listening to my audiobook, which is somewhere. I'll figure that out in a second. But my audiobook is Incidents in the Lives of a Slave Girl. So I will be listening to that while I start cleaning. I'm going to start by cleaning my floors. Yay, yay, yay. I'm excited to just use the new tool. And after I do that, I'm probably going to like dust free my bedroom, free my bedroom of dust. That's probably a better order to say that in. Anyway, happy sprinting. I'll see you guys in an hour. Have fun with it. Hello and welcome back. Oh, sorry. Oh no. No. Okay, sorry. I knew that was going to happen. I accidentally started playing the music on my phone. Anyway, I hope you guys had a good sprint. Mine are going well. I am making good progress in the violin conspiracy. Will I finish it today? I don't think so. But I did get a decent number of pages read there. I'm on page 164 out of like 340 something, almost 350. I don't think I'm going to read 200 more pages of this today, but I'm definitely going to put a good chunk in it. So, what did I do during the sprint? I did the dishes. I swept my bathroom floor. I still need to clean that up. And I need to sweep all the other floors. And then I'm going to start mopping with my new duster mopper sweeping thingy majiggy. Never been so excited about sweeping in my life. I listened to virtually none of my audiobook because I ended up talking to my mom the whole time that I was gone. So, what has happened? Oh, we read through the whole break. We did, didn't we? I only just now heard the thing. Yeah. So sorry about that. Okay, yeah. Let me pause the timer for a second. I just saw your things. Yeah, apparently I didn't have the volume on my computer up high enough. So sorry about that. I guess let's take a break now. You got an extra 15 minutes of reading in. Probably very distracted reading because you're probably like, Nicole, are you ever going to come back from the break? Nope, apparently not. Apparently not. Just gonna keep reading. It's a good book. Sorry about that. Happens sometimes. I didn't notice earlier that the volume on my computer was really low, but I was like, it's fine, it's fine. I forgot that the second I turn music on, I'm definitely not going to hear it. Oh well. I did look up at one point thinking, like, shouldn't our thing be over yet? Oh well. Nina, hello. You fell asleep in the first sprint, read 6 pages. Not sure what that your brain is awake enough to do the sprint. Mine's not either, apparently. Maybe puzzle and an audiobook will do. And went for a walk to the store for milk and bread before it gets hotter. Well, I waited until you got back to go to break. Good morning, living with the Leals. I love that. Good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. Britta did the most urgent chores, but it's too warm. Oh, are you having another heat wave as well? Need to chill. Yes, literally. Good morning, Amberly. How are you? I hope you're well. Agatha, if you decided to do another year of wonder, please let you know you'll start it up too. By the way, there are free playlists on Spotify to prevent needing to search daily for the piece. Yes, I now that I have finally just downloaded Spotify, I'm pretty sure that's what I would do because it is kind of annoying to have to do that on a daily basis. And I think she has a link to a Spotify playlist on the website for the book. Oh, it's already very warm. It's 80 here now. Yeah. Amelia made it to 35% and slanting towards the sea. It's not bad, but you want it to be better. Yeah, that does make sense. Sue finished chlorine. Nice for finishing. 4 stars. Updated Instagram. We'll finish your jigsaw puzzle. Sounds good. Denise listened to more music while working on your puzzle. Going to go outside and read. Nice. Yeah, enjoy it before it gets hot. It is. Yeah, I'm not stopping. I'm just gonna keep going. Leave you hanging. Maybe eventually talk to you. Lady got in during the sprint reading When the Moon Hatched. Now, this is what I really want to know. Did it ring while I was already sitting here? Because I heard it ring to go back into the sprint, but I never heard it the first round. Jay's at 32% in Ancillary Sword. It's really drawing you along. So is my book. I was just having a blast. Hey, Mickey, how are you? You've been in meetings, hence why you haven't said hello. Well, I hope your meetings went well. I'm doing well and having a good day. You're listening to Bad Dirt. Ooh, nice. Amy read from your book, both your book Rayleigh book and your cozy mystery, which is called Cherry Pie or Die. That's fun. Can't wait for the facial reaction when I realize this. Yeah, it was a slow sinking in. I was ignoring you. I know. I did. Okay, so it was when I came over and I was like, oh, yeah, I've got 7 minutes left. It's fine. And I didn't come over because I heard it ring. I really didn't. Hey, Sarah, how are you? You're getting into your work day, but the book you've been reading is Day. Is that how you say it? I'm not even going to try the author's name, which has been really good. Awesome. And yeah, if you needed a recommendation for an absorbing book, here's the latest one. So good, I will ignore everything else in my life. Jay, just want to tap on the window and say, hey, it's time for chat. I should have just been like, I'm not listening to you guys. I'm not reading. It's the violence conspiracy. I was super absorbed, super absorbed. And I see, Britta, that you probably voxered me to be like, Nicole, come back. No, I was ignoring everything. Oh my gosh. Oh, thanks, Jay. Yeah. Hit the like button if you want to. You might not want to. This is so funny. Like you guys just watching me read at this point. Body doubling on a whole new level. Oh my gosh. You guys are so funny. Oh, yeah, you guys can just yap for a whole another thing. What if I hadn't have noticed and that like it was an hour and was just waiting for the timer to go off? Hi, Courtney. How are you? I hope you're well. Hello, lady. Oh, nice to have you here. Oh, yes, it's such a fun time to hang out. And, sometimes we just take really long sprints and you guys take a break and I don't. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was just sitting there. I was just reading along. Yep. Hey, at least I was muted because, sometimes I don't do that either. Just keeping you guys on your toes, making sure you're paying attention. Oh my gosh, Christian and Mima just joining. Good morning to you as well. I am enjoying it a lot. So much so that I'm not coming back from breaks. I'm just continuing to read. You loved it. His second book, not so much. Okay, fair. Second book syndrome. That happens. He has 3 books out now, right? I know he has the Violin Conspiracy, the Dark Maestro, and wasn't there something else I thought I saw? Symphony of Secrets. Clearly, he plays himself. I like this like music themed thing. Amelia has to dash out to pick up some parcels from the post office before they're closing and have to run some errands. Have fun with your errands. Today's sprint will operate. Oh, yeah, will operate on vibes and not timers. Exactly. Just take breaks whenever you feel the mood. I'll come back randomly. Yes, that is how we're running things. Okay, well, I'm going to send us back into our next sprint. I make no promises of coming back from it myself. I'll give us the full hour. We'll see how things go. My plan is to see. I know what happened is I ended up cleaning my bathroom and talking to my mom longer than my normal 15 minutes. And I wanted the time back that I lost to read. So I apparently just took it. Anyway, we've got an hour sprint. I will see you after an hour. I will set my timer and leave it set this time. I'll see you guys in a bit. Have fun. Hello, welcome back. I came back. How did everybody's sprint go? Mine went well. I cleaned up and finished sweeping the floors, had lunch, and of course got back to reading The Violin Conspiracy. During the next sprint, I'm going to continue reading it, and then I'm going to start also mopping my floors. I have still listened to like maybe 4 sentences, an incidents of the life of a slave girl, because I read my book during lunch instead of listening to a book, which would have actually made eating lunch easier, but oh well, too late for that now. Yeah, it's beautiful outside, super sunny, 82 degrees. I bet it feels nice. I'll probably go outside during the next sprint and sit out there for a few minutes too and see what that feels like. Maybe if I put the umbrella up, we can even go outside. Because this really is supposed to be like one of the last like coolish days before it gets super hot again. So we'll see about that. I'm feeling crazy now that I've taken my glasses off. Maybe I'll skip that where you're like, I feel cross eyed. That's how I'm feeling right now. And sorry about the clock thing. When I went to reset the timer, I forgot to switch it back to the side so that you could see it. But it was there. It was going the whole time. This is when our sprint is supposed to be. And sorry, Sue, I skipped your thing. You were getting breakfast and giving the cats their kibble, and you were waiting for your daughter to wake up. Sounds good. Hello, Chris. How are you? You always want a non-muted Nicole to have a very negative reaction to a book and be like, oh my gosh. Well, this isn't going to be the book. This book is going to be like, oh, except this book is making me angry. Not the book itself, just what's happening to the character in the book. Too relatable. Too relatable. Sarah's been, you've been pronouncing it like day, but you don't think you've actually heard it out loud. You're assuming it's Haitian Creole word because that's where the author is from, and so is the protagonist. All right, sounds good. Jay, yeah, it has me discombobulated. I'm all over the place. I didn't notice the timer. I mean, I may or may not come back from breaks. I'm trying to make you miss the chat so I can keep reading. That was my strategy that time to go round. It didn't work out so well. Gee, it's not a word you frequently use in conversation, but it's expressing sorrow or grieving. Oh, yeah. And that makes a lot of sense for the book. The more you know. Paula, hello. I'm doing well. How are you doing today? What have you got going on? What games are you going to be playing during your sprint? Gee, there is probably a better English word for that, and you can't think of it. Sorrow? I don't know. I think you said that one. Hello, Rainy J. How are you joining at the beginning of your work week on the West Coast? Hope everyone's coffee is strong. I think mine needed to be stronger, actually. And the books are good. It is. Yeah. I hope the same for you. Hope your day goes well. Oh, it's raining where you are, Sue. Oh, Bo complaints because, no complaints because you need the rain. You sort of planned to stay in today anyway. Well, okay, so it works out. I guess if it's going to rain any day this week, this is the one to do it. Hey, Alicia, how are you? About to get some lunch, taking a little one who isn't feeling well. Oh, working on Family Diamond Art and hoping to finish your book, The Proximity Principle. Well, I hope all that gets done and that the little one feels better soon. Jean, hello. You're at 70% of the X Effect by Dana Hawkins. A Second Chance Sapphic romance. Sounds good. And Viviana, you're still here, but you fell asleep. That also sounds really nice. Hope it was a good nap. You finished reading Dear Monster Claws. Oh, Treasure Island's next. How's the puzzle coming, Sue? Did you wash the dishes? Worked on teaching the dog a new trick? Ooh, what's the trick? What are they learning how to do? Did some scent work problems with her. Nice. She loved odor work so much. Oh, very nice. My dog used to love anything that involved getting a toy, getting to play with the toy at the end, which meant we could get her to like climb under all sorts of things and around them. She was very short. And she had the cutest little army crawl that she would do. She couldn't actually you know how like dogs can actually like army crawl? She couldn't do that. She did a little wiggle shuffle inchworm thing. It was the cutest stinking thing in the world. She'd just like shimmy across the floor. She was a wonderful dust mop. Except for when you then had to go and wash said dust mop. Kelly, happy time zone. You finished your sprints. I hope they went well. You need to move around a bit. Know that feeling. So you're going to wash the dishes and vacuum your floor. Sounds good. That'll do it for sure. Denise started reading How to Read a Book. Oh, yeah, I like that one. On page 21, going to eat lunch next sprint. Awesome. I wish that he had come out with a separate book that was just on how to read a book that's fiction. Like, same thing, but purely fiction. Also, the other thing that kind of drives me crazy about his book is that he's teaching common ideas and he's put them together in a really nice, uniform way. But I hate the fact that he doesn't use the typical terms, like the typical literary analysis terms that we use. And then it just makes his thoughts so convoluted until I'm finally like, oh, you're talking about plot? Like, couldn't you have just said the word plot? Like, what? What are you doing? Amberly, no reading, but you did do laundry. You're trying to fit books on the shelves, starting to accept that you just need more shelves. Yeah, happens. Agatha read a bit more into the lighthouse. Worked on scanning some short stories for a course packet. Ooh, nice. Britta answered the YouTube comments finally. Next sprint reading Housekeeping by Marilyn Robeson. I don't think I know that one. And hello, Everlark. Read a few pages of your current read, Sunstruck. Oh, is that? No, that's a different book that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Sunward. Anyway, I hope you enjoy Sunstruck. Anne's really enjoying A View from West Wing. Living in Delaware, you already knew most of what you've already read. Okay, makes sense. Get some context, hopefully, or more context. Jean finished the arc, Black Girls Don't Cry. It was such a good book, YA book about a black bi teen that runs for prom queen at a very white high school. It is not a Carrie retelling, or it is not a Carrie retelling in the best way. Okay, that's good. Glad it doesn't go Carrie on you, because Carrie was wild. Angela, hello. The Violin Conspiracy is one of your favorite books by one of your favorite autobi authors. Nice. I can tell you how I've been very absorbed in reading it. Hello, Lisa. How are you? 446 out of 530 in the Huntress. Ooh, you might finish soon. Lauren needs another coffee. Saw her lips moving and think you don't hear her, and then realize you turn the volume down. I've done that. At least it's not one of those coffee days where you need coffee in order to just make the coffee, you know? Like, I was sitting there this morning, like, why isn't my coffee ready yet? And I was like, oh, pressing the brew button, that helps a lot. So does adding water. That's another one that I was like, oh, right. Diana, you need a break from Copperfield, so you're going to read Oscar Wilde, A Critical Study. That sounds not like a break to me, but okay. It's something different. Lauren's still doing shipping, probably for the next hour. Hey, that's good, though, if you have that much to ship. Yeah, the downside is having to do the shipping, but it means you sold a lot. Amy's loving her book relay book and annotating it. You're at 31%. Fun. Lady had to do some other stuff, but finally reading now. I'm going to finish this chapter soon. Exciting. And he's going to have lunch the next sprint as you keep reading and annotating. Awesome. So what is a book relay? What's the book relay? Like, how does that work? Let me know. It's East Wing, not West Wing. Because it's talking about the East Wing of the White House? Is that what you mean? Or is the book called East Wing, not West Wing? I'm confused. Jay, your dog sounds very cute. Yeah, she was. But did you actually train her to be a dust mop? I mean, we trained her to crawl. She chose to do it in a dust mop way. She was a Shih Tzu, and we kept her hair long. So it just all kind of snowballed into that. But yeah, it would be amazing, especially if you then taught her dock diving. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. We should have added something along those lines to help. No, she was a ridiculous dog. Some of her tricks we taught her, others she would just do as a response to people. So she taught herself backflips because, like, she realized that would get her more, like, cute. Oh, like, people would come and tell us about the tricks that our dog knew how to do. They'd be like, how did you teach your dog to do da-da-da? And we were like, we didn't teach her how to do that. responding to your praise of her having done it. She was hilarious. You're hoping it addresses fiction well. Yeah, he does address fiction, but do know that the entire first part of the book is all nonfiction. And then after he goes through like the whole conversation, all of that talks about how to analytically read a book. After that section of like multiple steps of analytically reading a book, he talks about how to apply it to other works of literature and other works of writing because he starts by applying it first to nonfiction, which was a choice, I felt like. Michelle, hello. Your family just left after a 5-day visit. Still not much reading, but we'll try a few things during the next sprint. You miss reading. Yep, I know that feeling. I hope you can find a good book to sink into. Oh, The View from the West Wing is View from, East Wing. Okay. I gotcha. A group of readers read, annotate a book, pass it to the next reader in the mail. Oh, that's right. You've mentioned this before. Okay, I didn't realize it was called a relay. That sounds so much fun. So, because especially having the other people's notes in there, backflips. You thought your dog was special because she came with a backup pre-installed. Oh, that's nice because backup can be really hard to teach a dog. You do a lot of that in obedience, and folks are jealous. Yeah, that is nice because some dogs are like, "Turn around! What are you doing?" like, and the funny thing is, it's like I know you know how to walk backwards. Why are you acting like you can't understand how? It's like trying to teach somebody to back up like a vehicle with a trailer on it. That's what dogs act like when you try to get them to back up. They're like, I don't understand. Denise, would it be okay to skip the fiction sections? Or would you miss something important? No, it's like it's just a chapter. Like it's its own standalone chapter related to how to read fiction. Um, I forget what it's called. I'll have to look it up. And it's one that you could skip because he's already talked about his whole process. It's just in that section, he talks about what it would look like if you were reading fiction. So, I mean, it's not long, so you could read it if you want. Um, uh, Mortimer, Adler Mortimer, something like that. I'll grab it while we're in the next thing. All right. That's the last thing I can see. Let's go into our next sprint. I'll try to put the clock up there, come back, do all those things. But I'm going to start by doing some cleaning. So I make no promises. I'll hopefully see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. I looked up just as the timer turned 0 and I was like, is it playing with me? What's going on here? I didn't hear the bell and then it went off. So, anyway, how was your sprint? Mine was good. Um, there's going to be background stuff going on for the rest of the day. The boys are back from the camping trip. They're covered with ticks. It's going to take a while to clean off. Yeah, the book is still going well. My floors are spotless. They were disgusting. There was a lot of rinsing of the cloth to get them clean. So I'm very happy with my new sweeping, mopping, dusting, whatever routine I'm now going to have. And yeah, the violin conspiracy is going well, though I didn't get to read nearly as much as I was hoping. But I am now on page 200 and something, which means I've managed to somehow squeeze in 100 pages in the book today. So there's where I'm at. And yeah, I'm looking forward to continuing reading more. Am I going to get through another 160 pages today? No, not at the rate that I'm going. Even though it's only 2 o'clock and we've got a good another 7 hours, like one of those hours is going to be dinner, the rest are going to be all very much interrupted. So we'll see how things go. But I'm enjoying myself and I hope you guys are too. Let's see when we left off. And needs lunch. The cat is asleep. Oh, to wake the cat or not wake the cat? According to Aiden, the answer is always no. Hey, Holly, how are you? You're up and caffeinated. Nice. You're reading She Who Remains and Shining. Sounds like two very different books. You DNF'd The Remembered Soldier. Writing style drives you nuts or drove you nuts. Yeah, it definitely seemed like it had a particular style. So that's why I haven't even tried it. I was like, I don't think I'm going to like that. You actually felt like drop kicking it. Oh, wow. Yeah, really didn't like that. Oh, did I start muted? Yeah, it's just turning into one of those days, Sue. Kelly did the dishes, talked to your daughter. She's about to paint the first room in her brand new house, and she's a bit panicky. Oh, okay. And you're about to eat some frozen pizza. Nice. Rainey was saying reviewed a work task, called your insurance company, and found some important documents. Ooh, that's always satisfying, no matter what they're for. Thanks for the productive company. You're welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the day. Oh, okay, it was just you. And Holly was like, I thought you were talking to me. He was like, wait, muted. That's funny. Amelia, is that the adulthood we were all longing for? Being so excited about a new mop? Yeah. Little did we know, right? That like you would adult and there would be highlights and they would be called a good mop or a new vacuum. I'm telling you, getting a new vacuum, that's always satisfying. Because it's always better than the last one you owned. And it doesn't happen that often. Hey, Brandy, how are you? Only read for half the sprint, but for another 20 pages in Cry Wolf. Over halfway through. It's okay so far. And Sue's like, no, sorry, I couldn't hear Nicole. It's okay. Hannah got to 306 out of 385. Ooh, you have a better chance of finishing than I do. Lady had lunch, got to page 79. Denise ate lunch and watched YouTube. Not in much of a reading mood. That's fair. I have those days. Not sure how much you'll read, but you enjoy hanging out. Sounds good. Watching anything good? Having any good shows come on? I'm always watching something random during my week. Britta finally got some reading done. Housekeeping is quite somber. So you're going to switch to something a bit more cheerful. That makes sense. Sometimes you just have to be in that mood. 39% in Ancillary Sword. The trick of the book is the Radchai don't pay any attention to gender. Use she for everyone, so no one ever knows which gender a character is. Like it. And hello, Swept Up in Books. Tony, good evening from a very hot England. Yeah, we're all having like the heat wave again, huh? Joining for the sprints to finish your book club read, The Book of Guilt. Ooh, how is that one? I have read 2 works by Catherine Chidkey, and I like her. And The Book of Guilt, of all 3 of her books, is probably the one that I'm really fascinated by. So let me know if you're liking it. Jay, and then sometimes they have to deal with a culture that does use gendered pronouns, and it confuses the heck out of them and the reader. Oh, that is interesting to see how like it messes with you. Yeah. Watched a collage art video. Ooh, that sounds fun. Didn't read much as you were playing Pokemon Go, a Pikachu costume event. Oh, that sounds cute. I love Pikachu. And Britta, for some reason, somber doesn't work when it's hot. Yeah, no. Somber's a cold weather thing for sure. Who knows why? How do we come up with these ideas? I don't know, but I totally get it. Anna ate some cheese and the boss didn't wake up. Ooh, snuck in a little bit of cheese on the sly there, Anne. I see you. I see you. Okay, normally this would be one of our longer breaks, but I feel like we had one of those earlier. So I'm going to skip the rest of this long break and I'm going to send us back into reading. And I'm just going to read this whole time. I feel like I've gotten up enough and cleaned enough for now. And I'll get back to it after this one. Somber is the heat is just a melted puddle. Yeah, yeah. No, we have to have cold weather for somberness. Yeah. So somehow it works better in cold weather. I hear you guys. All right, let's get back to it. We don't need another 8 minutes because I gave us extra time earlier, even though we weren't necessarily chatting. Ooh, and my finger accidentally hit start. So here we go. Next sprint. I'll see you guys in another hour. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How did your sprint go? I don't know why I'm struggling to say that. Mine went well. I am now on page 260. I have 100 pages to go to finish. Can I do it? I don't know. I'm feeling like slightly more optimistic. I mean, reading that whole time definitely helped. I'm making good progress. The book is still going well. I found a few things that I do take issue with this story. And, I have to admit, this book is not quite how I expected. I mean, on the back, it's like, well, the front is like a coming of age story and a mystery. And I understand how they're developing the mystery part, but I don't know that I'd really describe this as a mystery. I feel like this is a mystery in the same way that the goldfinch is a mystery, where like there is a mysterious missing thing, but that's really not what the whole story is about at all. And like I don't mean that in a bad way in this case of this book, but it's just something I'm noticing, I guess. Drew my attention to it, I suppose. I don't know. Let's see what you guys are getting up to. Angela was asking Denise, what is the collage art channel that you found? You follow a lot, but always looking for new collage artists. Oh, and not that this is related to collage artists at all, but we were talking about how to read a book ages ago now, it feels like. And there it is, Mortimer Adler. And the section that I was talking about where he talks about stories is chapter 14, How to Read Imaginative Literature. That takes like all the steps he talks about in the section on, it takes all the steps that he talks about in how to read analytically and talks about them specifically just in relationship to literature. So in part one of the book, nope, is it part one? What part of the book am I looking at? Part two of the book is the third level of reading, analytical reading, discussed in here. And in part three of the book, chapter 14 is how to read imaginative literature, which is where he takes all the information about how to read analytically and applies it solely to fiction, as opposed to nonfiction, which is what he's applying it to in part two of the book. Anybody remember that conversation from earlier? That was my 2 cents. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm Melting. Is that the name of the channel? Oh, Melting. Wow, I'm so slow. What's going on today? Amelia, you had to do many other things, so you'll be focusing on reading now. And yep, back to Overlook for Holly. And gonna see if you can eat popcorn. You guys had plans for that sprint, let me tell you. Mickey's chatting sprint was lunch for you, and now you're gonna work and try and relearn how to listen to audio while doing design work. Good luck. Let us know how that goes. Hey Meg, how are you? You were in on a sprints today because you had to pet sit. Ooh, what kind of pets were you watching? Finished Nobody's Fool, which was a very average thriller. Darn. Yeah, it's hot everywhere. The whole planet is hot this week, it seems like. Unless you're in the southern hemisphere. Is it extra cold down there? And really enjoying the Book of Guilt so far. You're just over a quarter through and you have so many theories as to what's going on with the plot. You're fully invested and the pacing is great. You're making me so excited about it. I'm still trying to think if that's actually been released here in the US, because I know there was like a huge delay and I don't know that it has been yet. Like, I feel like I've seen it in a couple of small shops, but like shops that would have gone out of their way to order it from overseas. But that's good to know. It sounds so interesting. Okay, Denise worked on your puzzle. Amy missed the last check-in because you were talking to your daughter on the phone, but you've been reading it and you're at 59%. Nice. Hey, Aries, you're glad you seemed to like This Princess Kills Monsters. It was funny. It was so good. It was so good. And did you see about the next book coming out? This Night Topples Kingdoms? Did I get that right? I don't know. But yeah, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. It was so interesting. It made me want to read the original story. I loved the summary of the original story at the front. Highly recommend. my kind of fantasy. I can get behind that. And you think the boss is mad with you. Oh, you've eaten chicken tenders and popcorn, and he is not paying any attention to you. He's like, I heard you crunching. It's dawning on you that perhaps the boss is canine. No, cat. Yeah. Either that or Springsteen is at your house, at our house, and being annoyed with that her popcorn eating. Like, no snacks for me. Denise, the collage artist, is Flanzella. Ooh, love her work. Oh, and Angela walks through here as well. Yay. Oh, you're very welcome, Denise. Hope that helped. And Lady finished the chapter. Now going to work on reading Peanuts because you're really behind on your marathon. Oh, that's right. I remember you talking about that. Fun times. Yes, thank you for the book recommendation. Awesome. Yay, you finished it. Wow. Okay, you managed to trudge through that. What was the word we're using? Solemn? Was it solemn? Solemn read. And hello, Aisha. How are you? It's been busy, but you just got caught. You just caught half the sprint, and you're reading with David Copperfield. Ah, you've read most of Dickens, but not David Copperfield. Oh, you've been missing out. I know. I mean, there's just so many great people and so many great memories of being with so many great people. And Mr. Peggotty, I mean, come on. Mr. Peggotty's everything. Under construction, 85% of the disillusionment of Nick and Jay. Where's the day gone, Alex? I have no idea. It's time for the dinner rush. Oh, at 3. I mean, yeah, summer sports life, right? Somber. I knew it was an S word. Do you have to feed them again at 9 or 10? Yeah, absolutely. Right. They become reverse hobbits. What would that make them? Tabos? What would the reverse be? Not tabos, because there wouldn't be that early in the word. It would be Tibots. And the boss is one of the 3 cats living in your house. Amelia made it halfway through the book. Amy does collage journals. Maybe you missed a chatty bit on collage. Oh, somebody had mentioned that they had watched an art collage channel during one of the sprints. And it was Flanzella, I believe. Like Flan and Zella, Godzilla, Flanzella. That would make me want flan type things. Ooh, you know where my husband and I went to the other day? There is, I think it's a Mexican ice cream place, which some friends of ours had told us about because they're Mexican and they love going there because they're like, we're sorry, but American ice cream is way too sweet. And especially since a lot of the ice cream is made locally, yeah, there are some flavors that are like creamy sugar. Which I don't always complain about, but sometimes I'm like, I don't want just sugar on a creamy spoon. And so they recommended this ice cream place because they were like, oh, it's a lot creamier and significantly less sweet. And it was all of those things. But they also had amazing flavor combinations. Like my husband, what did he get? I just tried some of his. He had like rum raisin ice cream. Yeah, we'll be going back there soon. I didn't even look at all the flavors because I was like, I'm just going to destroy myself. They had a coconut flavor that I definitely want to try. They, of course, had horchata. There were some other things that I was like, sign me up. But it's on the other side of the city that we live from, so we'll have to drive all of like 10 minutes to get there. It's a hassle. Oh my gosh. Hello, honey. How are you? You're trying to finish. Ooh, Elena knows. How are you enjoying that? Holly adored it. It is a very popular one. I feel like if people haven't read a lot of Pinheiro, I feel like if they've read any of her work, they've at least read that one. I feel like way to go, Charcoal Press, for like bringing her to a wider audience, right? I feel like that's what that book was able to do through that publisher. Honey's loving it so far. You're about 2/3 in. Nice. Your favorite ice cream is your favorite? Yes. Now you want some. Go get it, girl. Go get it. You just read her book, Cathedrals. Yeah, that was the newer one that came out, right? Like, as in, like, new entrance. It was amazing, too. I'm going to have to try some of her work. Yes, Agatha wants to know more about the Peanuts Marathon, lady. Meg, you watch dogs and cats. That's right. I think you've told me that before. I keep expecting it to be some other animal. And Denise also enjoyed Elena Knows. All right, let's go into our next sprint. I'm going to go back to cleaning for the first 15 minutes, and then I'm going to be back to reading my book, man. I want to make some progress on this. I mean, I've made some progress, but I want to keep making progress. I'll come back, though, I swear. I'll see you guys in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How's everybody's day going? It is moving along, and I'm just realizing I still haven't been outside. What am I doing? It's gorgeous out. It's now at 86. It's still sky blue and gorgeous out. Yeah, I'm gonna go and maybe sit outside and read for a handful of minutes. See if there's any baby deer running around in my backyard because that's been a thing recently. In fact, did this happen last week? I don't remember when this happened, but I looked outside my window one day and there was a baby deer literally just had zoomies in my backyard. And the mother was just looking at it like, are you kidding? Can we just sit down somewhere? Please stop. Like, she looked so tired and over it. I totally get it. It was like taking your kid to the playground on a hot day because they were high energy. Anyway, I'm making amazing progress, and I think I might actually finish my book today to my surprise. Now on page 290, so chugging right along. That's how much I have left. I've got like 70 pages left. And yeah, I think in the sprints we have left today, I will definitely be able to finish, which was not my goal, but I'm obsessed. Like I want to know how this is gonna end. I have a few qualms with the book and some choices that are being made at this point, but I'm gonna finish and I will review it and talk about those in my review for sure. And what else? Yeah, I think that's it. So let's see what you guys were getting up to, what you were doing during your sprint, how things are going, how your day and afternoon has been. Let's see here. We gotta go back a ways. Okay, we were chatting. Nice. Honey was saying you need to pick up more charcoal press. Yeah, same. Holly, charcoal press just makes physically wonderful books to hold in your hand. 100% agree. 100% agree. Alicia ate lunch and got a notification about a package arriving tomorrow. Fun, mail. Working on your fairy diamond art, Tiana, and had a chocolate chip cookie. I have chocolate chip cookies. That sounds good. And Lady was saying to Agatha, you've read over 2 decades worth in the past, but never all 5 decades. And you're a huge nuts and or peanuts fan and experts. You feel obligated. Oh, you've also been writing uh, Peanuts fanfic for 6 years. That is your magnum opus and very, very true to the original comics you needed for research. That is so awesome. I love that. And Sarah loves Elena Knows. Honey, their books do feel nice. You have read On Earth as It Is Beneath, and they look nice on the shelf. Yeah, all of the above, so true. And the books they choose are so good. Holly, you live near Santa Rosa, California, which is full of Charles Schultz stuff. Oh, that's awesome. I love Chuck, as in Charlie Brown. Amelia preferred Cathedrals over Elena Knows. It was published in German a couple of years ago already. Oh, okay. So you guys like were already up on that business. Sarah, A Little Luck was really good as well, also by Pinheiro. I definitely want to try some of her work. It seems like a lot of people from a lot of backgrounds really enjoy her work. Um, you're about to start A Little Luck. And Holly said hi to Sarah, loves her channel. Bet you're getting your charts, maps, and grids ready for her again, right? Lady made a comment with your name, with the name of your fanfic and how to find it in a short description. Oh, yeah, it won't let you put links, unfortunately. Do you have a YouTube channel? Because if so, people can look up your YouTube channel just by going to your name. So if it's on there, people can look it up. But yeah, it'll think it's like you're spamming the comments. And then ironically, there's no way for you to just tell me so I could put it there. So yeah, direct message, lady, if you want to know more info. Holly once interviewed the son of the man Franklin was based on. He was good friends with Schultz. I did not know that. Mickey loved the story and Elena Knows, but didn't love the writing. You don't know if there was a copy edited, but if it was poorly done. You would have DNF'd if a friend didn't say it was really good. I could see that. It does seem like Pinheiro has a very like specific writing style. I haven't tried it, so I don't know if I'll like it. So who knows? You thought the translator did a masterful job. He did, however, just DNF the Remembered Soldier for the same reason. The prose matched the man's thought process. Ooh, and that didn't work for you. I could see that. Oh, Cathedral is much more straightforward. Good to know. Okay, maybe I should start there. And you're the odd person out, but you really enjoyed The Remembered Soldier. You thought it should have won the International Booker Prize. You're not necessarily the odd person out. I've heard other people really like it, Anne. I think it just depends on what writing styles you like and work for you. Naomi's back. Hello, welcome back. How'd everything go? You ended up going to the lake. Ooh, that sounds nice. And then ran errands and had an appointment. And now to be productive and get stuff done. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, see, Holly agrees that a lot of people liked it. You're the odd one out. Well, I also know people who didn't like it. So I think it's a mixed one. You still love this story. Did Anne read wow, Taiwan Travelogue? Has anyone here? And did read it, and you read the entire long list. Now, I'm curious because isn't that on the list for something or was just on the list? But I swore it came out like a whole 2 years ago. Is it just me? Am I wrong about that? Holly wants to know if it's good. You need to order food a lot. I have heard that as well. Jay had the most wonderful nap, drinking tea and trying to wake up again. Been there. Glad you enjoyed your nap. And loved the queer element, but you got tired of hearing about the food. I've heard that from a lot of people. Everybody mentions the food for sure. Which book was your favorite? Was Holly was asking. Who were you asking, Holly? Which book of what? She got off work and postman just knocked with your Blackwell's order. Ooh, that is an award. What did you get? Honey is still close to finishing her book, and although you enjoyed it, you're not sure your over opinion is yet. Your overall opinion. Don't you hate when that happens when you're like, I could give this anywhere from a 4 to a 2 star? Anybody have that happen? I end up just giving it a 3 when that happens, but that also just feels wrong. The Remembered Soldier was your favorite. Denise listening to David Gilmour's latest album and still working on the puzzle. Nice. Britt is watching some TV, but back to reading next sprint, possibly, she thinks. Amy's doing great as well. You're at 84%. Yay! Sarah's making slow progress with work stuff, but getting there. So ready for 5 p.m. I totally get that. You know what? This is the most random question, Sarah, but you have your like guest bed in your guest room where you film. This is like totally random observation. Is that from IKEA? And if so, what size does that pull out to? Because I've seen that at IKEA, like when we first moved here into our house, and I was like, ooh, this might work. And then I totally forgot what size it is because it would go into our den, which 99.999% of the time is just going to be where we watch TV. And so I want something that looks like a couch, but isn't like a futon, you know what I'm saying? And that seems like it would be perfect. Sorry for that random, calling your couch out there. Agatha was saying that's cool to Lady. And Amelia said hi to Sarah. Lady, you don't put a link. You think maybe it was because you put the name of the platform. No, if you put any kind of link at all, it won't work. But it's on the big main fanfiction platform that everyone knows, and it's called Our Moonlight Symphony. Okay. If you just put the name of the platform, that should work. Just don't put like .dot or www or any of that. And Lady said thank you to Agatha. Amelia also loved to remember Soldier. Sarah was saying to Holly, thank you and hi to Amelia. Planning on starting the buddy read. Ooh, what are you guys buddy reading? That's always fun. Honey, how's Violin Conspiracy? Really good. Really good. Really enjoying it. You think you saw it on sale in Kobo? Oh, yeah. No, I'm liking it. There are like, I would say 98% of the book. I'm like loving eating it up, hitting all the right spots for me. Really fascinating read. Make me mad in a good way. Good trouble. All sorts of things. Mickey, don't think it's the translation of the writing style, but actual editing. There were grammatical and punctuation errors in the book, but as you say, it was part of your job, so you can't avoid it. A lady also think it was Holly who said they live near Schultz's old studio and home and museum. That's so cool. You live too far to visit, but hopefully someday. Blackwell's Hall, right? And oops, hang on, let me pause for a second. Okay. And Alex was saying that she also liked The Remember Soldier, just never actually finished. Yeah, you liked the parts of it you read. That's always fair. And there's often a lapse when a book is published in the original language and the translated publication date. Yep. Do you own the same bed? It pulls out to a king? Does it really? Because that was my concern, was that I would get it. And then the people who visit like once a decade would be like, this bed's kind of small. But if it pulls out to a king, oh. Amelia, thanks for giving you a heads up. Sarah, you'll be traveling. You need to pick the book up. You still haven't decided what book you guys are buddy reading. Blackwell's order was 20 minutes of silence. We were forbidden. You got it already? And recitative? Oh, and double letters. Ooh, girl. All right. You got all the things. Sounds like a great haul. Oh, you got We Were Forbidden because you got it from Blackwell's. I'm seeing how that works. Lady Note was only the name of the platform you wrote, no link at all. Oh, you'll try again. AO3, if this is viewable, you really don't know what was wrong with the other message. Oh, who knows? Who knows? G Random Thought, are Kurt and Doug still around? Was it one of them who would discuss James Joyce and Ulysses? Yes. Almost ordered it, but came to your senses. Oh no. Yeah, they are around. They don't always join the streams. G, the width is king, length would be twin. Right. Oh, are those different sizes? It's fine. The length isn't the issue. It would be the width they would complain about. Holly, yes, lady, you can fly into the Schultz Airport. That would be fun. Is it decorated with peanuts? And it's IKEA. You got the gray, and it pulls out to technically a king. Oh, okay, like two twins. Okay, but you actually use a queen size comforter on it, a little smaller but easier to tuck for when it's in couch mode. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't realize it was that big. Okay, okay, okay. I'll have to talk to my husband about that. And Mickey Really Life the Recitative. I need to read that. You're reading Vengeance is Mine by Marie Nidier. Do I know that one? Her name sounds familiar, but the book doesn't. And your buddy, oh, look at you guys came in at the same time. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. All right, let's go into our next sprint. I'm going to go and clean something just to keep the momentum going. And then I'm going to read a chunk more of my book. Can I finish it in this sprint? Highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. Unless I'm like, guys, you're just going to have to wait. I'm almost done. But I don't think that's going to happen. So here we go into our next sprint. Happy sprinting. Oh, I'm going to go outside for a few. That's what I'm going to do. I'll see you when we get back. Hello and welcome back. How did your spring go? Mine went great. I literally just finished the book and I was having a moment to be like, oh, over the last little bit, I was reading the author's end note and I'm glad I did. It was so touching at the end. The author's end note, like the book at the end was like, okay. Um, and yeah, thoughts on the mystery. I would not read this book for the mystery or conspiracy. But I did think it was really good, and I can't believe I finished it. Like, I mean, I was skipping breaks. So, yeah, wow. I'm glad I picked that up. Anyway, how'd your spring go? I did go outside. It is lovely outside. I almost moved us outside, but then I was like, I want to go back to finishing my book. So maybe now I'll check and see what it's like outside. And we might move outside. It's really nice, especially in the shade. Except the one downside is that my citronella candle, I burnt through it. Well, really, what happened was I was going through it rather well. And then what happened was somehow, a whole bunch of bugs had gotten in it. So then I needed, because it was like unlit one day, and then I was trying to get them out because while I had been sitting there, the flame had gone out and bugs flew into it. And I was trying to tap them out, but then I dumped the whole candle out and it was still kind of soft and wet. So my table was covered in citronella candle and the candle was all mushed together. And now there's not enough wick for me to light it. But my next door neighbor makes candles. So I might see if he can remelt it into like better candle jars for me. Like I have a couple of empty ones. So I feel like he could probably do that. I just hope that like him burning the citronella or whatever he has to do to melt it doesn't become like a nightmare of scents. But I'll ask him if he's able to do that. He'll probably like that. I think he could do it. And you read quickly before people start coming home, or you need to read quickly before people start coming home. Yeah, I know, right, Sarah Jinx? And G was saying to Mickey, you told yourself you need to reread Paradise before you read it. Oh. And you could resist the little vintage brief encounters collective they have going on. Or you couldn't. You couldn't resist it. Oh, yeah. I mean, what can you do? Out of curiosity, why is that? G, you own Paradise but have yet to read it. You're almost finished reading Morrison's novels, and it's a sad realization for you. And have you read Tony at Random? That's the biography, right? When she was an editor at Random House before her writing took off. Yep. Holly, it is a brave thing to read the last of a dead but dear author. You always leave one because you can't bear it. But that's like having scented candles you don't burn. Oh. And she was saying you've been putting off Paradise for months. You're going to do a loose reread of some of her works. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, totally fine. Don't worry about the spelling. And living with the Leals. Is it Leals? You're leaving for work. Oh, have a good time at work or a nice day at work. It's been nice. You looked up the violin conspiracy and it sounds really interesting. It was. You might add that to your growing TBR. Do. Can never have too many books on it. Amy took a break from reading the sprint to have a snack and chat with husband since he got home from work. Sounds good. I did finish. And Denise, more puzzle and more music, listening to the Fragile album by Yes. Nice. Angela's looking forward to my review of Violin Conspiracy. Yeah. That sprint, you researched Airbnbs for this weekend. Ooh, that sounds fun, Naomi. And took the laundry to the laundromat. That does not sound fun. But you get a weekend away, so that'll make up for the laundry. Jay, I love a good book, Gorge. Yeah, it's so wonderful when a book draws us in thoroughly. Yes, and that one clearly did. In fact, as soon as I started it yesterday, I'm like, ooh, I'm so glad sprints are tomorrow because this is definitely the day of the week that I get the most reading done. And I was like, ooh, I'm just going to binge the book all day. And that's what I did. Britta finally picked up another book, Traversal by Maria Popova. Why do I feel like I've heard that? What is that one about? And you're enjoying it. Ooh, nice. And hello, Crochet Mima. Yeah, I did. You gave it 4.5. I can totally see that. It's not a mystery. Yeah, no. They should just take that off the back. It could be the violin something, but I don't know. Like, I almost didn't need that part of the story in there, to be honest. And you're reading this book made me think of you, and you're loving it so far. I needed a feel good book, and this is it. Oh, nice. This was surprisingly not a feel good book. This was makes me really frustrated, and I highly don't recommend reading these two books at the same time. It's a lot, and I keep doing that to myself, where I'm like, I'll read these two books, and then they both end up being about horrible people doing horrible things to people, and making me feel like people are horrible. Not that the violence conspiracy totally did that, but in light of what I'm reading in Incidents of the Lives of a Slave Girl, like, I don't know. It's a lot. It is a lot. Sue read 13 Pages in Treasure Island and fed the cats. Nice. So I guess I'm done with the violin conspiracy. So I guess I'm going to focus on incidents in the life of a slave girl after I update my thousands of journals saying that I finished the violin conspiracy. And then I'll probably go back to getting some cleaning done because I want to do that. Maybe I'll even be good and do my write-up of the violin conspiracy too and get that done and out of the way today. That sounds like a smart thing to do. And I don't know what I'm going to clean next. I'll probably vacuum my bedroom. I should do that. I need to vacuum in there. Yeah. And I should probably dust really well behind my bed. And I probably need to dust under my nightstands. It's the only reason I hate having furniture. You know, a room is so much easier to clean when it's empty. Popova writes multi-person biographies linking art and science. Her last one was called Figuring. Her name sounds familiar, but neither of these books really do. But maybe I've seen them around and just not realizing it. Agatha loved This Book Made Me Think of You. Ooh. Another good book that everybody's liking. Honey finished and Elena Knows. Yay for finishing. And nodded off to sleep for a bit after starting The River Has Roots. You think Elena Knows is a solid 4 out of 5. Okay. Good. Not a bad way to have a book go. I don't mind a good 4 out of 5. Sometimes that's just what you need, is like a solid 4. Like, it doesn't need to be mind-blowing. It just needs to be good. Oh, furniture, yeah, pain in the butt. But your butt prefers sitting on it rather than the floor. True. You know, which is why we have it. I prefer sleeping on the bare floor as well. If only there was some other way. But there's not. But it does make a Murphy bed sound really attractive. Like the idea that I'd be able to fold it up, you know? Maybe, and you can get like those Murphy bed nightstands that you can also fold up. Like maybe we just need to fold up all our furniture onto the wall so we can just sweep and vacuum around it. Oh my gosh. Dina's read enough Japanese Gothic to know that you're going to keep reading, but now you're switching to A Clockwork Orange. Okay, sounds good. You've made good progress with it today. You've been working on it since this morning. Hammocks, that would be another option. Yep. You could just like even latch it to one side so you can just really like walk through the space. Honey was saying, yeah, book can't always be mind-blowing, but you definitely recommend it to others. Nice. Good to know. Good to know. I definitely think it's one that I'm going to try out. Like, I've seen enough people think, like, I don't think I've seen anybody rate it lower than a 4. And I'm sure people have, but, you know, the people I know seem to all give it a 4, if not higher. Amelia might hang around for the past bedtime because you're determined to finish your book and be done with it before starting a new buddy read tomorrow. I know that feeling. That almost sounds like, though, you're like, I'm this far in, I just want to finish. Or is it like just the buddy read start? Because I've definitely had those moments where I just need. This was not one of them, though. I would recommend the violin conspiracy. All right, let's go into our next spread. Let me go figure out what I have left to clean, and I will see you guys back in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did your sprint go? Also, where did the time go? Anybody else? I think that was the fast sprint for the day. You know how, like, every week it seems like there's one sprint that flies by? That was it for me. Let me know if you've had that sprint yet today. But that was definitely mine. I was like, okay, yeah, I did this. I did get a lot done. I updated all my reading journals and spreadsheets and pictures and all that jazz. I did write up my review for the violin conspiracy. I guess technically I could change our view here because, yeah, I'm done with that. Let me just make the clock bigger because, wow, we know how that will go if I don't do that right this second. But anyway, I did finish my write up for the violin conspiracy. And now that I'm looking at my other things, you know what I should be working on next? Wow, because it's been a gajillion years, is I really should read another short story out of Arabian Nights. So maybe I'll get to that tonight. But in the meantime, not only did I finish my write up of the violin conspiracy, I also finished listening to Incidents in the Life of the Slave Girl. So during the next sprint, I'm going to be listening back to my audiobook so I can actually tab this book. And I'm going to be writing up my notes on my thoughts from this. I did get my next book ready to go, but I'm not going to start that until tomorrow. Because I don't tend to like to finish a book and start a book on the same day unless the book I'm finishing is like I finish it first thing in the morning and then I spend the day going and doing other things. Because I don't know. I just want to give the previous book time to settle in my mind. Do you do that? Do you just start books back to back? I mean, sometimes if there's a book I'm really looking forward to, but you know. So anyway, in the next sprint, I'm going to work on this one. We do have a long break happening now, so that's nice. And then once I'm done updating this, it's honestly probably going to be dinner time for me. So I'll probably be talking to hubby while he's making dinner and then eating dinner. And then when I come back from that, hopefully I'll get the notes and stuff on this done during the next sprint. That would be nice. Because if so, then during the very last sprint, I'll probably try and read at least one short story out of the Arabian Nights, which technically isn't a short story, right? It's told as one continuous story, but especially if you use the index at the back of this edition, you can read it as a short story collection. And that's how I've been deciding to do it. And I started that, like 2-3 months ago now, and I haven't picked up a short story since. So is that a good strategy? Is that a good way to do it? Probably not, based on my experience so far. But partially because I think I just forget that it's even like something that I can do in between. I need to maybe put the book in a more prevalent place so I remember. But that is my plan. And sorry, like with this window back here, it makes the lighting really weird. Like I guess I could just put my hand here permanently. See, my camera adjusts for the fact that I'm backlit, but whatever. We'll survive. Let's see what was going on. Pirate, hello. I missed this. You were taking a shower this sprint and then probably cross-stitching. That sounds good. And Amelia was saying it's both. Hope you enjoy your rereading. To G from Mickey. Let's see. Anne's putting your child on a book searching ban. She came home telling you about a book called Marooned by Joseph Kelly. Another explanation of the Jamestown colony. Ooh. Yeah, I could see why you're like, no, she's not allowed to tell me about anything anymore. And Jay was saying, are you trying to prevent the plunge into rabbit holes? And good luck. You find with history, one book always leads to another, sort of like potato chips. Yeah, don't open that can of worms. The entire day has flown by. That's fair. And this one went super fast for Britta as well. You have no idea what you did. Yeah. Like I could tell you a handful of things that I did, but like, does it mentally add up to an hour? No, absolutely not. Finished my puzzle, watching some booktube. Sounds good. And you know what? Just going back to this idea of time flying by, I was reading somewhere that was talking about that, the idea that time is relative, that like we experience time differently, that that used to be an idea that people didn't believe, to the point where if you told them that, they would laugh at you unless you explained what you meant by it, like with examples. And even then, they'd be skeptical. So I just felt like that was a little thing that I'm like, oh, but we all take that idea for granted now. And like, it didn't used to be. But I'm like, really? Like, I feel like you'd have to actively work hard not to realize that. But who knows? Jay, speaking of history, almost made it through today's 10 pages of a resistance history of America. So much you didn't know, and more books on your TBR. Jay said, CN, it's hopeless. Well, share with us one of the facts that you learned, Jay. What was one or two of the things that you learned today that you didn't know before that maybe none of us know? Maybe we all need to know. Give us our daily trivia fact. Holly was kind of the kid that would find the Jonestown book. Count your blessings. Oh, that's true. Hello, Alia. How are you? You just started Jujutsu Kaisen and made it to chapter 3. After watching Devil May Cry on Netflix, you've been into all things demon. Well, there you go. Flo is listening to Into the Blue by Emma Brody and Killer Across the Table by John Douglas. Reading Everyone in My Family Has Killed Someone, second read, and We Used to Live Here. I like how you adjusted the kill someone so it wouldn't, so YouTube wouldn't block you. Smart. You've got some good reads going on. Hey, Teresa, how are you? You just read a couple of chapters in Frankenstein. Nice. Have you read Frankenstein before? I feel like we've probably had this conversation, but it would have been more than a week ago. I hope you're enjoying it. Amelia's reading flow now, 78% into your book. Oh, you're in the reading flow, not your reading flow. He's going to be like, what's flow about? And Christy, hello, joined after the last sprint started. Busy today, getting ready to go away later in the week. Lots of people are going away this weekend. Made your packing list, did some of your daily readings during that sprint. Excellent. Holly's getting ready for work and helping interns all night. Ooh, okay. Good luck with that. Honey, adore Frankenstein. I know, right? Halfway through The River Has Roots yourself. You think it's not bad? Okay. Probably read more of it and write your review for Elena Knows next sprint. Sounds good. Aaliyah's going to put some food in the air fryer. Ooh, what are you putting in the air fryer? We have our son's air fryer since he's like not living out of the house right now. He had it last summer when he was living on his own for work. And when he went back to school, we were like, we'll take care of your air fryer for you. Make sure it's fine. We love that thing. You ordered the book for her? That's funny. Flo, don't like to start a new book at the end of the day. You like to get an idea of how many days you'll spend reading the novel. Me too. I like to be like, I'm going to be reading it over these many days. I never stick to that. It's always longer or shorter, but still in theory. You don't really want her to become a dissident. So you got to keep her under control. Alicia finished your fairy tale Tiana Diamond art, started dinner, and starting to plan, a family vacation stuff. Fun. Have you guys figured out like where you're going already? Or is that like you're still in that phase? Like, are you still in the like, where are we going to even go phase? You have read Frankenstein once before. It's a favorite of yours. It's so good. And Jay didn't know, never read that the Underground Railroad was largely organized and supported by free blacks. Isn't it interesting how that's never mentioned in any of the fiction you've read? True. I don't even feel like that's mentioned like when you go to museums on it, right? Definitely not the image you typically see. Organized by the free black churches. That makes a lot of sense. Yep, they would be the people who would have the most at stake there, right? Because they're probably wanting to get their families and friends and other people who are enslaved with them. Like, they know who's there, right? And where they were and how it was. Honey, you'd love an air fryer of your own. They seem so convenient. Yeah, they are. And they've gotten a lot cheaper. I mean, like, they're the same price or less now as a microwave, especially if you just get a simple basic one, which is like not even a thing. Like To me, a super simple basic one would just be one that you could like turn on. Because I mean, all it is it's a mini convection oven, right? So you can buy a toaster oven that has like that's a mini convection, like a countertop convection oven, or an air fryer. They're both pretty much the same thing. The advantage of the air fryer is that it has a basket. So if you want to do like French fries or something like that, though half the time they're like, don't layer things on top of one another. In which case I'm like, then wouldn't I be able to cook more food by just having a flat tray? Okay. Jay, the churches were organized, had networks with their related churches, pastors, routes, etc. Yeah. It's good to know. Good information to know. Needing more accurate books, it sounds like, on the Underground Railroad. Yeah. Well, I wonder if the reason we don't read that a lot in books, especially fiction books, is if because, people aren't doing enough railroad because we think we know the story. If you had an air fryer, you'd become a French fries addict. I mean, they are really good in the air fryer. And yeah, if that's your fear, definitely don't get one. I mean, the benefit is, though, in the air fryer, they only take a little bit less time than doing it in the oven. Because like the oven's a little less convenient because you got to get out on a whole sheet pan. It's going to take a little bit longer to warm up potentially. And you might feel kind of lame making French fries just randomly in your oven. You don't feel that as much in the air fryer, but the air fryer is not necessarily a ton faster. They're just a lot crisper. They taste yummy in your tummy. So yeah, that is definite fear to have. I could eat French fries at every meal, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. I mean, the potato, man, it's just quality there. All the different types, too. Yeah, that is true. The oven does. Well, though, little secret to know is that air fryer does spew the air out the back of it. So it's not going to keep it cold. Like, I think if you want that, you're better off just putting your French fries in a toaster oven, because I don't feel like a toaster oven gets as hot or lets off as much hot air as an air fryer. But an air fryer has vents off the back that just vent into your kitchen. Hot, warm, spicy air. Oh, what do the crowns mean in the chat? I have no idea because actually I can't see them. They might be like the YouTube crown game, like you're earning the most points by chatting frequently. Have you won a crown, Jay? Or Holly rather, have you gotten a crown? There's some great ideas for fiction in that little bit of neglected history. Yeah. You read The Conductors by Nicole Glover. It was disappointing, but it was about free blacks in Philly. Oh, yeah. See, so there could be that connection brought in there. Yeah. Yeah. And like 300. Yeah, I think like at some point YouTube decided to make chatting like almost a game where you could like earn points and be on a leaderboard for comments. Yeah. They're top 3 commenters. There you go, Christy. Yeah. And in fact, now that I think about it, I think that's a feature I turned off because it's like such a random feature that like, I don't know. I feel like it's a feature that feels more like calling people out for commenting rather than encouraging more comments. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. Yeah. You're welcome, Holly. They are stupid AI. Yeah, just more AI. Gosh, we wouldn't need all these data centers if we didn't have random stupid things that nobody asked for. Like, we don't need help using up all the data and space in the world. We can do that with our own thoughts. We don't need you to come up with ideas on ways to take up more land and space. Sue can earn points, and if it's not turned off, you can buy stickers. You can buy stickers with the points that you earn in the chat. It feels like it rewards folks who dominate chat, says the person with the number 2 crowd. Well, Jay, where's your sticker, man? You, you need to be getting your cashing in and getting your stickers. Oh my gosh. Anyway, it's time to go back to sprinting. So that was our long break. So I will see you guys in an hour. It'll be 7:40. So we have two sprints left. This one and one more after this. And we'll come back and we'll chat in an hour and I'll see you in a bit. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? I hope yours went well. Mine went well. I spent the vast majority of that sprint talking to my husband, catching up on day, that kind of thing. And then I was able to spend the last few minutes finally putting the tabs in my book for Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl by Harriet Jacobs, which I don't think I've mentioned is a nonfiction memoir of a woman who actually escaped slavery. She tells her story of what happened to her and what happened to others as she was enslaved, and about her escape to the North and what she goes through before she is finally free. And it's not a super long book. The physical book is 223 pages long. The audiobook is about 8 hours long. And yeah, the audiobook was really well done. The narrative itself is pretty straightforward and easy to read, and it's harrowing. Also amazing and incredible everything that she went through to procure her escape and then her freedom, and just how it was a very long process, to say the least. But yeah, really well done, really well written. So I'm getting the rest of those tabs in there so that I can return the audiobook to the library, and then I'm going to write up my notes. So I'll be working on that during the last sprint, and probably having dinner during the other part of the sprint. So let's see what you all were up to while we were sprinting. Let's see here. Chrissy was saying your word search for the day was best-selling books. Oh, like you had to come up with the names of best-selling books? What was the hardest clue? Did you figure them all out? Were they best-selling books that you knew? That would be my question. Like, in whose opinion, right? And you think right now, a lot of African American history is attempting to be erased. Whoopi Goldberg called Vance out for that on The View. Yeah, I mean, they're literally removing and rewriting things that are at national sites to have a more positive view of what happened. I don't know. Like this, like what's the positive view? And like she very clearly states in her book, like, I had the quote unquote good master, and she's like, and there's no goodness he could have done that would have made me want to continue to be a slave. So like even those arguments, there were some good people, this, that, and the other thing, and like good means like she just wasn't like tortured. Really, is all that means. At least not physically. Yeah, really, really good book. Jay, not a feeling of fact. Volunteers are traveling the country documenting displays, exhibits that highlight Black history before it gets disappeared. Yes. Yes, very necessary. And more people need to read this book. People who think that that's okay, it's not a big deal, and we should all be positive about it and just forget these things, need to read this book. And living near Philadelphia, any pictures information was removed concerning slavery. Here they removed the statue of Caesar Rodney, who signed the Declaration of Independence because he owned slaves. Well, that's a totally different matter. Though there's also a point where it's like, okay, maybe you don't want to have a statue, but like we also need to remember both these facts, that this is the type of person who is signing this declaration. So before we're celebrating it, like we need to remember who was signing it and why and what the thought process was there. Because not everybody did they intend to be free or identify as a full human being. Britta's going to bed. Good night, Britta. I hope you had a great day and have a great week. And Jay said goodnight to Britta. Dream of books. I love that. Hi, Jenny. How are you? I said hello to you and goodnight to Britta. Teresa cleaned your cast iron. Ooh, while finishing Persuasion and talk to your husband about dinner. What are you guys having? And Jay was saying some more in the Resistance history. Look up the Burns affair. Read extra pages. Got mad. Swore a little. Felt better. I don't know about the Burns affair. Tell us. Are we going to get mad and swear a little and feel better? Sue's on page 20 of 70 in the Killer Claws, something like that, I'm guessing, by Lisa Unger. Amelia finished your book. Yay. Okay, 3.75. Not bad. It's not, I mean, that's not bad. Not great, but it could be worse, right? Denise watched more YouTube and played solitaire on your laptop, not accomplishing anything today. I have days like that too. Sometimes you just need that break in between life. Sometimes I just watch YouTube and play Minesweeper. So I feel ya. Agatha read some more in To the Lighthouse, which is not a quick read despite its seemingly short length. Yeah, I agree. Yup. Amelia, urgent bedtime for you. Good night. You're welcome for the sprints. Next week you might not be able to join at all or only later into the sprints. Okay, sounds good. Good night. Hope we see you next week, but if not, have a great couple weeks. Christy, not crossword, word search. Oh, okay. Find the words among the mixed up letters. It included Charlotte's Web, The Outsiders, War and Peace. Okay. I mean, like, was War and Peace ever a bestseller? I feel like that's such a modern term that it's funny to think of books like that old in that way. Christy, I know reading that sprint did your vocab quiz book page for the day. Folded, put away a load of laundry, and picked out a few outfits for your trip. Yay! What kind of environment are you going to on your trip, Christy? Is it for work or pleasure? Are you going somewhere tropical? Is it more staycation, beachside, cabin in the woods? Like, build an environment for us here. Let us know. You don't need to let us know like exactly where you're going unless you want to, but like give us an idea of the feel. Let us vicariously go on vacation. Teresa, nothing special. You're having some Hillshire sausage. Why is that hard to say? And still trying to decide what with. Maybe hominy. Ooh. Or corn on the cob. That sounds good too. In fact, Hillshire, what is up with that word? Hillshire sausage, some cornbread, and collard greens, and a salad with tomato chopped up in it. Sounds fantastic. That's not what you're having, but it sounds fantastic. And the history of the country exists, the good, the bad, and the ugly exists, and we should not erase any of it. Yeah, exactly. Like, just to acknowledge that this is what was going on. Like, let it be something that helps us understand the founding of our country better, as opposed to something that we're like, I don't see it. It's not happening. Didn't happen. Like, it happened, whether you write about it or not. Like, everybody else knows. So then you're just doing like the emperor's new clothes. Like, you can put new clothes on all our statues, but we all still know what happened. The Boston Slave Revolt of 1854. President Pierce ordered the Marines, the cavalry, and artillery into Boston, occupying the city, all to return one man to slavery. So LA was not the first, right? Yeah. Ordered the Marines into a U.S. city. Yeah. And we learned nothing from it because we want to erase that. And another interesting side fact in this book is she actually mentions Nat Turner's rebellion. He was in like the southeastern part of Virginia, and she was located in North Carolina. So, I mean, in today's day and age, depending on the parts, maybe an hour or two away by car. So, longer by horse and cart or whatever, but close enough that they heard about Nat Turner's rebellion as it happened. And so she talks about like what they heard, what they knew, what they didn't know about it. And then also how that impacted like the area that she was in and the slaves on their plantations. Because of course, if one nearby slave plantation, which that basically would have been considered is a nearby plantation, I mean, not super nearby, but in the area of news nearby, that there was, then a lot of fear because it's like, okay, you don't want contagious revolution, basically. But then how that was abused and used as an excuse to just abuse people in the area, and that drove of people who would go around, to the point where like the slave plantation owners had to stick up for their slaves so that their own property would not be abused. Anyway, let me read these last two comments and then we will go back into our sprints. And like your daughter learned the history of the pilgrims and it was not what she or you were taught in school. Yeah. Christy, for fun, cabin in the woods vibes. Some aspects are a surprise for someone. Ooh, you'd love to share more next week since you'll be back and the surprise will be over. Sounds good. That sounds exciting. I hope you enjoy, they enjoy, and that it's a great surprise. Story develops his position that the Constitution was a betrayal of the revolution. It's certainly giving you lots to think about. That's fair. That's fair. Sounds like a good read. All right, we're going into our last sprint of the evening. Oh, that's right. I'm seeing this image on the screen reminding me that I want to try and fit in a short story. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'll let you know when we get back in an hour. And we'll chat one last time before we go and wrap up for the night. So make it count. Is that what Tim Gunn used to say? I feel like that was almost it, but not quite. Anyway, make it count, make it work. And I'll see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did your final sprint go? I hope yours went well. Just ignore the talking in the background. People are enjoying a dinner conversation and having a good time. And I had dinner and it was a delicious time, I have to say. And yeah, that is it. We have finished the last sprint somehow. And what did I get done today? I got a lot done today. I managed to finish the audiobook that I was listening to of Incidents in the, I was about to say Incidents in the Life of a Penguin, and I will explain why in a moment, but that was definitely not the book I read. I listened to the audio of Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, and I had started that last week. I think last week during sprints, maybe, or the day after sprints, and I finished that today. I also finished today The Violin Conspiracy. Both of these were really good books. I would recommend them both for, in some ways, similar reasons. I could almost say like a fiction and nonfiction version, past and present kind of situation on the Black experience. And then I remembered that I was trying to work my way through the short story collection of Arabian Nights. And I realized also that I've been gaslighting myself for something. I thought I hadn't been picking this up because I thought the next short story I had to read was like 30 pages long. I don't know where I got that from. It was literally a page and change. So I read a short story in here. So I might actually put this in my breakfast spot and maybe try to go back to reading one each morning while I'm having coffee. Because the next one's also a page long. I don't know what I was thinking. Because the way the stories are told in here is sometimes they're like just a little funny anecdote, and so sometimes they can be very short. Anyway, I'm going to leave that more out than away so that I can get back to making progress through that here and there. And then I thought I'd share what I'm starting tomorrow, which is Death and the Penguin. This is a work by Andrei Kirkov. And yeah, it's supposed to be dark humor. As in a lot of ways, I feel like a lot of his books are. I read Gray Bees by him last year and